This is in Kalaskal. I think we're going to give that one. This is the one you're going to use. This one going down there. Hey, how you doing? Oh, all right. I hope you're enjoying the organized confusion that we have going on. Yeah, it's the livestock. This will be the musical mic, and it'll be in the red bucket over there when you need it. Unless you got arm wrestle with the beef cattle judge for it.
We're ready to start our miniature Hereford show this morning. We'll start with announcing our judges as Class 1 is coming into the ring. We've got Natalie and Peyton Herzog. Natalie Herzog was born and raised in a small town known as Chilton, Texas. As a Texas 4-H exhibitor since the age of 8, Natalie grew up raising and showing registered gray and red Brahman cattle, along with various breeds of steers. She obtained an associate degree from Blinn College, then married her husband, Kevin, and started their own business, K&N Controls Incorporated, in 2000. They have 2 children, Haley and Peyton, who both followed in their footsteps and exhibited cattle across the United States, having phenomenal success over a 15-year span. Rooted in agriculture, Natalie and Kevin instilled their love for livestock into both of their children and believe that the industry has infused loyalty, determination, and many other life lessons into their kids, just as it did them. Natalie and Kevin own and operate Herzog Cattle, which is a registered gray and red Brahman cattle operation located in Chilton. They breed, raise, exhibit, and sell their cattle across the United States and take pride in knowing that their accomplishments come from their family's hard work and passion. In 2022, Natalie built Herzog Beef, which offers a variety of grass-fed and grain-finished beef cuts that are grown and harvested by the Herzog family. Aside from their electrical business, cattle operation, and beef business, the Herzogs enjoy spending time at home in Chilton and helping others within the industry. We also have Peyton Herzog, so we've got a mother-son duo judging our mini Herefords today. Peyton is from Chilton, Texas, and attended Texas A&M University and graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Leadership, Education, and Development, and a minor in Agriculture Economics. Peyton stems from a heritage of cattlemen, both beef and dairy, and was born into a livestock show family where he was successful in showing a wide range of breeding females and bulls, most of which were bred and owned. Peyton works for his family's registered gray and red Brahman ranch, Herzog Cattle, located in Chilton, Texas, and part owners in the freezer beef operation, Herzog Beef. Peyton has judged numerous shows in the state of Texas and other southern states, as well as showmanships from Texas to Florida, with judging the Junior Beef Master Showmanship at the Louisiana State Fair, Florida Junior Brahman Association State Brahman Show, and the National Junior Red Brangus Showmanship. Thanks for being here, Natalie and Peyton.
Gentlemen, over on the dairy side, here in the south portion of our show event, we're pleased to have with us Mr. Ted McCracken. He owns Creighton Cow Operation, has a state and national level judging experience, and we're pleased to have him. He's here from Kenny, Illinois. He's been a dairy farmer most of his life. Kyle is with him today, so we appreciate you being here in San Antonio. And we'd like to thank Ted for taking time to be our official judge here today. He's had experience judging at the World Dairy Expo, the North American Livestock Expo. He's judged nationally dairy shows in 15 states and, over 35 states, and judged 15 different national shows. And we're pleased to have Ted here as our judge in San Antonio for 20-25 years.
I need to let Well, it's a real pleasure to be out here this morning to go ahead and start off the Junior Mini Hereford show. And we decided to go ahead and opt to leave these cattle how they walked in the ring, starting with the young man up front. I think that one came with just more weight per day of age and further along as far as your body condition score. One that comes super fresh through that front 1/3 of her body, one that ties that back into a neat shoulder, and tons of depth of body. Just a really nice way to start off the class. Nothing to take away from the young lady and the little heifer in the back. I think that one's got a world of future. One that comes so feminine and fresh to that front 1/3 of its skeleton. One that has enough body condition and depth of body right there through her center cavity. As far as today, I think if she was any bigger, she'd look awkward out here because of her frame size. But I think that one's got a world of future, just more time on feed, and I think we can rediscuss this pair. Go ahead and congratulate the both of these exhibitors.
We need miniature Hereford classes 3 and 4 to the holding ring.
Class 2. Class 2, Gary, you stand ready. Let's move up to Class 3.
Well, good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here this morning, and got a nice calf to start out the class with today here of the dairy show, and a Jersey calf heifer that's clean up through that head and neck, a calf that's refined, a lot of dairy quality about her, an October calf, not a huge calf, but a calf that is very complete and balanced.
In our Class 1 of miniature Herefords, in first place, we have Stockton Imshoff with Triple E Physique. And in second place, we have Madison Staley with DTM Princess Ariel. This is the final call for Class 3 mini Herefords and second call for Class 4. Go ahead and bring them up to the holding ring.
Taking first place honors in our Jersey Class 1 is going to be this time in the dairy arena. We have two entries in the ORB class.
Well, really another intriguing class, and kind of the same thing that we saw in that first class. Just a little bit of size difference, a little bit of weight per day of age. Just going to go ahead and separate these. Young lady up front, really type of fancy heifer, one that you have to appreciate how high that head and neck tie out of the top side of her skeleton. One that comes back really robust in that center cavity. She spreads that width and dimension on the top side of her skeleton through and through. You get down low, she's adequate as far as her feet placement. I'd maybe like to square her up a touch more on the front 1/3 of her body, but one that gets out and handles all 4 feet and legs very, very well. Nothing to take away from the young lady and the little heifer. I think that one, just again, has a world of future. You can tell that one's body mass and capacity is there. She just needs more time on feed. She's super square at her build, one that sets down very comfortably on all 4 feet and legs. She's more optimum in my kind whenever I study her through her front toes, one that squares up a little truer at the ground. Just not quite there as far as a mass and power standpoint compared to the young lady ahead of her. But if you will, go ahead and congratulate the both of these exhibitors.
This class, we've got 2 heifers. I appreciate the quality of both these heifers, and it's a fairly close placing on this pair September calves. I started the class with the heifer that just holds herself a bit together, nicer, out on the move heifer that got just a bit more style to her today, out on the move, a little bit more drop to that rear rib, a little more width to chest today than the second heifer. The second heifer, I do appreciate the way she tracks out on those rear legs, and I would give her the advantage today, the way she walks out over on those rear legs over the first place heifer. Also, she's a clean, sharp, front-ended heifer, a pair of real quality heifers in this class.
Announcing our Class 2 winners in mini Herefords. In first place, we have Madison Godwin with J.H. Gwynn, 801M. In second place, we have Cody Vinghouse with OX Dang Shoddy. And we have Class 3 in the ring now. Class 4, you need to be in the holding ring. Class 5, this is your first call.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking the blue ribbon in the ORB Division Class 1, we have Alexis Williamson carrying her heifer, second in the class going to Jack Robert Mitchell. This brings us to our Class 2 females, starting with the Holstein and then extending into here in Class 2.
We have a single entry in this class, a very nice, complete female, fighting the halter a little bit, but very sound and complete. I'd like to clean her up in her chest floor just ever so slightly, but a nice prospect female for this young lady, and we'll bring her back at the end for the champion and compare her to the others. But great job. Congratulations.
Class 3 mini Herefords. In first place, we have Cody Vinghouse. Coming into the ring now is Class 4. And we need Class 5 to the holding ring. This is your last call, Class 5. Class 6, make your way up here as well.
This Holstein class, a heifer that is just loaded with styles, a real clean-cut, angular, sharp, dairy kind of heifer, a heifer that maybe you'd like to see just a little more width and drop to that rib today, maybe just a little more fill on her today, but love the style, the clean-cut, angular look of this heifer.
We thank you for that overview of our placings in the Holstein Division Class 2 females. Blue ribbon going to Landry Zablak there.
Got a nice pair of Jersey calves here. The calf that starts the class, just an extremely powerful kind of calf, really deep, open rib. Love the feet and legs on this heifer as well. Not the cleanest, sharpest heifer and the heifer in second is a bit cleaner, but just not near as much calf today. Not quite tracking out in the rear legs, but a nice pair of heifers.
We appreciate the overview of our places here in the Jersey class. First place honors will go to Hugh Holly. Congratulations to our exhibitors in the Jersey division. Here in today's show, we're bringing in our ORB in the stage category. And a single entry in the ORB class.
Last call, Class 5 Mini Herefords.
This class, just one entry in the class, but a heifer that you do like a lot of things about, real quality dairy, clean-cut, angular kind of heifer. Really like that clean, angular look she has out through the head and neck, and she walks out on a nice set of feet and legs as well.
And taking the blue ribbon here in the ORB section of our Heifer born during the month of June was Bailey Lee Watson. Congratulations to Bailey. And this will bring us to Class 3 in our dairy show. Heifers will be born during the time period
I see some of them like that first calf, caught in the halter, not willing to walk. Sometimes you have to kind of get to the side and back and grab that tail head.
final call for lineup for Class 3 in the Jersey breed. We have 8 entries in this age category. And the ORBs, we have 5 entries. So let's move them on in, have them standing ready. This will be first call for Class 4. Hosting to go to the staging area. Final call for Class 3 heifers into staging. While we have a moment, we'd like to remind everyone that our judging competitions here in San Antonio with the youth clothes being carried over the live stream. And we encourage all of you that have friends and neighbors back home that couldn't be here around ringside for the showing of these wonderful animals that these exhibitors have prepared for us to log into their device and follow the live stream activity. They can access that at Hereford.com, I believe. That's correct. And also a link to the San Antonio Livestock Show page as well. Okay. Thank y'all. Appreciate the efforts of Hereford and his associates for putting together the fine live stream broadcast that takes place throughout the 3 weeks of our San Antonio show.
Well, a lot of contrast out here amongst the 5 of these heifers, and I think we kind of landed on a common ground one up here. young man up front's going to go ahead and start the class for us. That's a fresh built one that you appreciate that one's soundness and functionality down at the ground. Yet she comes with such an explosive rib cage right there through her center cavity, carries that width and dimension from the top side of her shoulders all the way back into her hip and hind leg. Just a really, really good way to start. I think it got a little closer between 2 and 3. We went with the more practical build one right here in 2. I think that's just kind of the brute cow prospect of the pair right there. I think that one just comes with so much more body shape and dimension today. I think that one handles herself very handily on all 4 feet and leg. Nothing to take away from the young lady in 3. I think that's just a really attractive and good-looking one from the side. One that whenever you step in behind her, she has enough substance and power today to meet her body build. One that I think just kind of got outpowered compared to the 2 ahead of her. But that one's super functional, super good looking from the side. Really, really pleased with how that one stacked up in the top trio. I think we got some differences down here between 4 and 5. Young lady with the really square built one's going to go ahead and be 4. I think that one's so massive, so powerful, and so square built. I think that affects her whenever we set her into motion. She maybe doesn't want to travel as well on this offside hind leg. She wants to kind of pinch a touch more right there into her loin. So that's where she landed in the lineup for us. Young man brings us a really fresh and feminine one that balances so well whenever you read her from fore rib to flank. One that whenever you get in behind her, she maybe didn't come with as much expression, doesn't come with as much squareness in her overall build. One that just kind of got outpowered today compared to her contemporaries ahead of her. But a really, really good one that I think will get better over time. If you will, go ahead and congratulate all of these exhibitors.
Got a nice heifer. It's a single entry, but a heifer that could stand quite a bit of competition, I believe. A heifer that's really square cut. You like the style that she has, a nice square rump, nice width to the rump, good feet and legs. Just a real quality heifer to earn a blue in this class.
Results from Class 4 Mini Herefords. First place, we have Jace Cunningham with JLC Lady Henrietta. Second place, Kinley Godwin with JH Brenda. Third place, McKenna Camp with BR Liliana 22M. Fourth place, Cameron Brown with RJTNT Miss Ruby 324 ET. And fifth place, Case Allegria with DT Summer. In the ring now, coming in the ring now, we have Class 5 Mini Herefords. Class 6, this is your final call to get to the holding ring. Class 7, make your way up to the holding ring as well.
Gentlemen, while we have a moment, we'd like to recognize our friends at Creative Awards. They continue to sponsor some of the ones here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. Creative Awards specializes in all types of awards, including custom-made belt buckles, banners, caps, and different apparel and promotional items, not only for stock shows, but for associations and corporate programs. We want to thank Lane
really nice group of heifers in this class. You appreciate things about all of them from top to bottom. The heifer I started with, a heifer that just has the most balance to her, a heifer that a really straight line heifer, a heifer that her style, she jumps out at you. She's clean and she's sharp and angular throughout. She has that nice flat bone to her. A heifer in second, a heifer that follows that same sort of dairy quality. She's just more open. She's cleaner and more angular than the third place heifer. She's got more openness to that rib and cleaner through the head and neck today than the heifer that's in third. Big heifer in third, a heifer that you do like a lot of things about. She's a really straight line heifer, correct heifer, but just a little thicker hided type of heifer, a little thicker in the throat today than the first two heifers. But it's just her style and balance that puts her over the next heifer that's coming out, the big gray heifer. I like her width and power and strength, but just like to take a few pounds off of her today to get her any higher. Then the young lady coming out with this dark heifer, a heifer that you like a lot of things about, just like to lengthen her out from end to end, head to tail today, just not quite as much heifer. But she's more correct in her leg structure than the next heifer that's coming out. Great group of heifers.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the overview of our placings in our Jersey class, and we'll have those results in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the dairy show, moving in the award B section of Class 3H category, females all heifers born during March of 2024. We have 5 entries in this class. And taking first place in our Jersey division was Alan Cobb. Second place honors went to Allison Cobb. Your third place award to Alexis Williamson. Fourth place to Gemma Yarbrough. Our fifth place in the Jersey division of Class 3 went to A.B. Benton. Sixth place to Emily Hilbert. Seventh place to Meredith Gold. And eighth place to Levi Anderson. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in the Jersey division of Class 3. attention in the barn where someone has a black Ford F-350 truck with the driver's license or license plate number NDM 0274. And then like the event, you might remember that license plate number. There's a concern you parked it with the driver's side window down. So you know that's one of those TV reality shows where you want to check out how many people are on it and not want to break into yourself, and you just try to make it easy for them. If so, please be reminded that vehicle has a driver's side window down.
Tremendous class. These first three, if you're not awake yet this morning, they'll wake you up for sure. These three are extremely competitive heifers. This first place heifer, though, just again, I love the balance of the heifer. She just never falls apart. She's always got that eye appeal to her. It's the feet and legs for me that, or legs especially, that put her over the Swiss heifer that's in second. Tremendous balance heifer in second as well. Just a little straighter in the leg than that first place heifer. But I love the style, the look of this heifer. She's clean, she's sharp, and she's angular. And she just holds together a bit nicer than the beautiful, well-balanced heifer in third. The heifer in third, lots of length, lots of dariness to the heifer. A heifer that just gets a little funky over that top at times when she stops. But boy, she's loaded with style as well. Great feet and legs. And she just got more width and power and strength to her than the Guernsey heifer that's coming out in fourth right now. And the Guernsey heifer over the Swiss heifer, just a cleaner cut, more angular kind of heifer than the big, powerful Swiss on the bottom of the class today. But great class.
Well, thank you, Mr. Jeanette, for the overview of our ORV Class 5. And taking the blue ribbon here in the ORV section of Class 3, first place honors going to Jackson McPherson. Our second place award went to Jason Reed McPherson. Third in the class to Allison Pop. Our fourth place award going to Abigail Williamson. And rounding out the class with fifth place, Shirley Miller. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, guys, this is a really, really tough class. There's a lot of differences, and there's also a lot of similarities. Once we got to about the middle of the pack, I mean, it was where you set your preferences as far as picking your females out here, and I think it got really close, minute things. I think there was one that just kind of hit the ring for us, and we said, man, that thing right there, she's fresh, she's bold, she's just really, really capacious, one that can move very, very well. Love that one on the standstill, love that one on the go. I think that one right there just paints a very, very pretty silhouette once we get her stopped. I think that one's just a tremendously good one. Young lady does a very, very nice job getting that one stuck up front. Young man, I think yours just kind of follows suit. I think she's just a little smaller package compared to the one that goes ahead and wins the class. I think that one's really fresh, really, really good built up on the top side of her skeleton. Yet whenever you study her in the motion, she just sets so comfortably and easily at the handles, her hip and hind leg. Love the curvature to that one. Whenever you look at her through her rear skeleton and down at the ground, one that we really appreciate, that one's femininity.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Whenever you set her into motion, right there at the ground from her pastern down to her hoof line, but a really, really good heifer. I think it's really close between the top trio. Like I mentioned, we got a lot of similarities in comparison. Young lady right there that's going to end up in 4, that's a really good looking female from the side, one that comes really fresh in her overall makeup. She maybe just didn't carry as much width and dimension whenever you read her from stifle to stifle, so she hit the 4 hole for us. Young lady, or the young man's going to come in next. I think that one is just really, really good. Whenever you have her at the standstill, she's super square in her build, one that comes with so much power and dimension. You set her into motion, she wants to travel outside of her skeleton. Same to say for the next couple. I think the young lady right there just comes ahead, really fresh, really good looking, just doesn't come with as much to her. Sorry, she was actually next. Young lady right there, she comes with a really fresh, good-looking one, just doesn't come with as much overall capacity. Then, like I said, the young man has that extra capacity, just didn't come as good at the ground. Then I think we run into 4 of them right here that come with a lot of balance, a lot of style, a lot of belly. Just didn't quite match up whenever we compared them to the ones ahead. They maybe got a little plainer through their head and neck, maybe just didn't want to set down at the ground nearly as much. Then the 4 that we're going to kind of round out the class, I think 4 really good types and kinds of females, going to make these exhibitors a whale of a cow someday and breed up in their program. They just didn't come with as much style and balance, maybe just didn't come with as much overall mass and power whenever you read them from their shoulders back. I think a really good, really tough type of class, lots of differences. If you will, go ahead and congratulate all of these hardworking exhibitors.
Got a pair of Holstein heifers here. This pair of heifers kind of have the same structure about them, but the first place heifer kind of overwhelms the second with her width of chest, power throughout the front end, and she does carry the pins just a little bit lower today than the second place heifer. Would like to change that just a touch in both the heifers, but it's that width, power, and the strength of the first place heifer that puts her over a really clean, angular, fancy kind of heifer that's we've got in second.
Coming in the ring on the miniature Hereford side, we have Class 6. Our Class 5 placings for mini Herefords. In first place, we've got Charlie Drabro with Cactus MS Clara 102M. In second place, we've got Jace Cunningham with JLC Miss Penelope. Third place, we have Madeline Wolverton with SAF Miss Kika. Fourth place, Madeline Patronella with Muella Devalet. In fifth place, McKenna Camp with Tay Fiona. Sixth place, Stockton Imshoff with HL Naughty Rabbit. Seventh place, Carter Robbie with RF Carter's Lucky Charm. Eighth place, Taryn Garza with HL Bunny. In ninth place, Cody Vinghouse with CRB 50K Opal. In 10th place, Madison Sandoval with Miss Chili. In 11th place, Katie Stelly with DTM Bell. In 12th place, we have Tathan Garza with TGG RC. In 13th place, Madison Sandoval with Miss Ginger. And in 4th place, Carson Yonsek. We've got Class 6 in the ring, Class 7 be in the holding ring, Class 8, make your way up here.
Gentlemen, back on the dairy side, we just completed our first of the 3 breeds in the Class 4 age division. December Heifers, and taking first place in the December class with the Holstein breed was Carlson Sanchez. Second place went to James Craig. Congratulations to these exhibitors at this time. Judge Kevin Kennedy evaluating our jersey. We have 5 entries. Females born between December 2023 and February 2022.
Well, another really good class over here, and I think all 3 of these females are exceptional in their own type and kind. I think the one up front does so just whenever you study them down at the ground. She comes square and truer in her toe shape and size, one that we appreciate that extra set to her hock, one that whenever you still study her through her overall build and capacity, it's all there. She's expressive from stifle to stifle, one that's very youthful and rejuvenate right there through her head and neck, one that lays that shoulder really smooth through her skeleton, comes back with so much expression. The only thing I could ever knock on this heifer, I wish she held her tail down a touch. That way that tail head blended in a little bit nicer for me. But I think that's getting really, really critical on a very, very good heifer for that young lady. Young man right here, I think it comes close. You have so much power, so much mass, so much functionality whenever we set into motion. It's hard not to put you second. I think where the pair separates between 1 and 2 is just sheer toe size and shape. I think that one wants to splay out a touch on her front 1/3 for me. If I could bring those back in and square them up, I think it gets a heck of a lot closer between 1 and 2. Really nice heifer. Young man, you have the functional, balanced, and feminine female back here in 3. I think that one's just really good and really fresh. I think she just, whenever you step in behind her, she maybe comes a touch plainer for me right there through her pin set. Maybe just doesn't come with as much width and dimension and spread from hooks to pins compared to the 2 ahead of her. But a really, really nice, fresh, and feminine type of female for that young man. Going to do him a world of good in the future. If you will, go ahead and give this trio a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our Class 6 exhibitors and mini Herefords. First, we have Finley Buckholtz with KLD Sugar. Second, Stockton Imshoff with HL Playgirl. Third, Colton Suarez with BR Lil Kim. Coming in the ring next, we have Class 7. Class 8, final call, 9, start making your way. First call, Class 10 as well.
This class of Jersey Heifers, a class that they have the winners don't just jump right out at you, but when you get to breaking them down part to part, the first 2 heifers are just the most correct throughout. Maybe not quite the style of that third place heifer, but these first 2 just have more right parts to make a good cow in the future. This first place heifer, I felt she was the most dairy heifer in the class. She's cleaner through the head and neck. She's got more openness to her rear rib today than the second place heifer. A little nicer on those feet and legs. I know she's not the most stylish heifer out here, but again, a lot of things that would convince you she'd probably make a really nice cow someday. The heifer in second, I think, follows along that same sort of lines. A heifer that's as well has that open rib to her. She's deep-bodied heifer, just not quite as nice in those rear legs, but 2 heifers that go right along together. The third place heifer, kind of a problem. She's really stylish, beautiful heifer out on the move, but a heifer that you just like to clean up in those pins, clean up in the thigh and the neck today to put her up any higher in the class. But it's that width and power and style, that strength of sirloin, levelness from hips to pins that put her over the heifer that's in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just more dairy, cleaner and sharper than the heifer that's coming out in fifth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant, for the overview of our jerseys here in Class 4. And taking the blue ribbon in this class is this one. Second in that class goes to Case Anderson, the third place award. And by Meredith Gold, fourth in the class, Henry Hereford, and the fifth place. Congratulations to our jersey exhibitors in Class 4. We're now moving in our ORB heifers. We have 4 entries in this age category, born in December 23 through January of 2024.
This class, an extremely nice heifer to start the class with. A heifer that, again, you love the feet and legs. You like the overall style of the heifer. A heifer that out on the move just really jumps out at you. She's very clean. She's very angular through the front end. It's that angularity, especially in through the thigh today, over the heifer in second. Second place heifer, a heifer that's got a lot of style to her as well. Heifer that I believe can handle a lot of competition well. Love the feet and legs on the heifer. Heifer that's not helping herself a lot today, but she is a really nice heifer. She just got more depth to that rear rib today than the heifer in third. The third place heifer, kind of a problem heifer. I love the heifer, just doesn't have any rear fill on that rear rib today. But it's that style and angularity that puts her over, and rump structure that puts her over another nice heifer in fourth, this brown Swiss heifer.
Over here in our third event, just completed the judging of our class 4 for the female. And the first place honor for that class goes to Jaden McPherson. Taking the second place honor to Abigail Williamson. The third place goes to Jaden Marie McPherson. And the fourth place award for Madison Ray Schroeder. Class 5 hosting Junior Dairy Arena here on the south side. And we have 3 entries of females that were born between September and October of 2023. Heifer classes hosting in the arena at this time followed by Jersey and the West Series.
This Holstein class heifer that real stylish kind of heifer, a heifer that to me has quite an advantage in those rear feet today. Out on the move, she just tracks more squarely. Out on the move, the second place heifer just a little hawked in, but two beautiful front-ended heifers. They really go together nicely with that front end. Love the style and the clean and the balance that they have up through the front. Heifer in third, a heifer that I really appreciate a lot of things about. She's clean cut, she's sharp, she's dairy, good feet and legs. Just doesn't quite have the frame of those first two heifers, but you really appreciate a lot of things about the heifer in third as well.
And we thank you. Taking first place honors here, Libby Carpenter. Second place in the class going to Allie Yarber, and third place to Aiden Santel. Your hosting division, jerseys moving on to 3 and 2.
Well, a really good class over here of mini Herefords, and a young lady up front. I think that one is just a super good-legged type of female for her. I think that one just sets down so comfortably and so angular through her joint construction. One that comes with so much power, balance, and style. Sure, she's not as pretty as the female that's going to end up in 2, but I think that one is just a whale of a cow. I think that one is just so good in her build, comes with so much center capacity. She's very capacious in that area. One that sets down so true and square at the ground. Really, really nice way to start the class. Young lady in 2, that's the fresh-oriented one. One that I love, that one's head and neck. She's very youthful in that aspect. She's thin-necked, good-headed. One that whenever you take that back, she still comes with so much style and balance and power. Love that one from her forerib to her flank. Just whenever you step in behind her, she maybe doesn't have as much turn to her upper rib as the female ahead of her. Maybe doesn't want to stand quite as true and square as the female ahead of her. And that's not saying she isn't true and square at the ground. Just whenever you have one with that much capability, it's hard to get around her. So she's going to go ahead and be 2 for me. Young lady right there in 3, I think that one just kind of follows suit compared to the ones that are going to be a little further down the line. I think that one comes with so much overall space in her center cavity. One that comes really square and true from her hooks to pins. She maybe doesn't come with as much style whenever you read her through her hip and hind leg. Maybe gets a little frailer at the ground compared to the 2 ahead of her. But I think another really nice type of female. Young lady right here in 4, you've brought the right type and kind to us all day long. The only thing I can say, you kind of get a little outpowered compared to some, and that's what happened in this case. You're just a touch smaller in your frame score compared to the 3 ahead of you, but I think that one's a good, fresh, and feminine type of female, one that travels very, very well, one that comes with so much center body. The only thing I can say is little size difference, doesn't want to stand with as much authority on her hind wheels, doesn't want to come as true at the ground compared to the 3, but a really, really nice type of female. Young lady in 5, I think that one's just a whale of a cow. I think that one's really good in her own right. I think she's very just kind of meat and potatoes. There's not a lot wrong with her. She comes with so much substance and body. Love the length of side. Love the balance in her undercarriage. One that just comes a little thicker through her skull. One that wants to jam up right there in her front end for me. She just doesn't come with as much style and balance compared to some ahead of her. Young man, you have a lot of extra style and balance. Love that one whenever we get her in the move. One that just gives up a little overall power, little overall substance compared to your contemporaries ahead of you. But I think that one is going to make a really, really nice type of cow for you. Just hang in there with her. Really good class. Go ahead and congratulate all of these exhibitors.
Well, fairly close placing between these first pair of heifers, but just a little more substance to the first place heifer, a little more strength to the first place heifer. Second place heifer, a little straighter lined heifer out on the move, but I like the width of chest, the depth of rib, and the way the first place heifer tracks just a little straighter on those rear legs, especially when you're viewing them from behind. The second place heifer, again, just like to see just a little more width through the heifer, but a real stylish, clean, angular, sharp kind of a heifer. She goes over the heifer in third, just that dairy, clean-cut, angular look to her that she has today over a big, long, stretchy heifer that we've got in third. The third place heifer, just like to see a little more depth of rib, a little more dairiness throughout, but a nice, powerful, strong heifer.
In Class 7 for our miniature Herefords, we had first place Madeline Patronella with HL Sparkles Delight. In second place, Sutton Buckholz with Kid Spice. In third place, Taryn Garza with KLD Dancing Queen. In fourth place, McKenna Ray Camp with Miss Kendra. In fifth place, Madison Staley with DTM Luna. And sixth place, Carson Yonsek with CRB Chosen Ones Nelly. In the ring now, we've got Class 8, Class 9, you better be in the holding ring, calling Class 10 as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, back on the Dairy Show in the South Arena, we'd like to recognize our Jersey class winners. We just completed here. First place honors going to Alan Cobb. And second place to Landon Heifer. And the third place to Jackson Laird. Congratulations to each of these exhibitors. Currently moving in the arena, we have Ford in the ORV competition, all going during September 2023.
A lot of compare and contrast. Young lady back here in the black shirt's going to go ahead and start the class for me. I think she does so. One that whenever you study her from her shoulders back, she's so broody and so cally. One that handles that hip and hind leg very well. One that if I could change her, I got to change her through the front 1/3 of her skeleton. She gets too jammed up, pushes too much extra condition through that chest plate, wants to fall out in that area. I need to freshen her up through her head, neck, and chest, maybe make her a little bit more youthful in that aspect. Young man right here in the middle, we opted to go in 2. One that just comes really mainstream whenever you read her through the center part of her cavity. One that's super sound at the ground. I just need to pry her apart a little bit more, maybe let her settle down in that top line to work herself up compared to the heifer in front of her. Young lady, you brought a really nice feminine type of female, one that we really appreciate from the side. She's super balanced whenever you read her from the profile. You set that one in motion. She wants to push out through her hock, maybe get a little bit coarser right there in her joints for us whenever we get her on the move. But a really nice trio. Go ahead and congratulate them.
Well, this class of heifer that really jumps right out at you when she walks into the ring, and she doesn't do anything to make you change that decision whatsoever. An really extreme heifer, good feet and legs, heifer that's got good substance to her. I like the width, open rib. It's that clean, angular look that she has today that puts her over the heifer in second. A heifer in second, you really like a lot of things about a high-style heifer. a heifer that's powerful, a heifer that's wide. She's clean, or she's flat bone. Heifer that, but she's just a little bit too heavy today. You'd like to clean her up over the shoulders. A heifer that I believe will make a nice dairy cow someday because she has the openness of rib. So I'll give her an excuse today for carrying a little extra flesh. But it's just that style that she has over the brown Swiss heifer that's comes out in third. Swiss heifer, you like some things about. She's, again, got good substance and width and strength to her. And I prefer her rump structure over the heifer in fourth. The fourth place heifer, I'd like to see more width throughout when you're getting into this age of heifer.
And we thank you very much. The next judge from Illinois serving our very judge here today. If you missed the introduction earlier, we appreciate Ted being with us in San Antonio. We're at the Dairy Show, first place honors in Class 5 for the ORV from Ruby Converse.
All right, in Class 8 of our mini Herefords, congratulations. First place, Riley Ingram with Lily Rim. In second place, Christopher Ortiz with CB Miss Anita Beard. In third place, Carter Robbie with RF Carter's Dot. We've got Class 9 in the ring now. Class 10, better be to the holding ring.
It's a really nice set of females here. We're going to start the class with the littlest lady up here. She's got a really complete female, one that gets out and moves and tracks very well, deep in her center, very smooth top, beautiful head, just a very complete female. Nothing to take away from the heifer that's in second. She just gets a little bit overpowered from the first female, but a very nice female that we would like to see a little more flank, more rib into her compared to the one that wins the class. But a very complete class, and let's give these young ladies a round of applause, please.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 9. In first place, Tatum Shed with Genty Trinagene. In second place, Adeline Suarez with Willie Kinsley. Coming in the ring now, we've got Class 10, and then we will move into our Champion Youth Heifer Drive. So all of those class winners and second places be in the holding ring, ready to come back in the ring for the drive.
A nice heifer to start this class. Heifer that really has that uphill run to her. A heifer that got a lot length from end to end. And she excels over the second place heifer in the rump structure today. She's just more level from her hips to her pins. She's got a little more flex to her hock today than the second heifer. The second heifer, a nice heifer as well. A heifer that you like the width in that rump, width in the chest, but just like to pick her up off the ground a little bit more today to get her any higher. This class, a heifer that kind of sorts herself out. Not the biggest heifer, certainly, but that's not necessary in my mind whatsoever. She's plenty big enough. A heifer that has the dairy qualities about her. She's clean and open. I like the style of the heifer as well. She's got that length of neck, and she's got that dairy neck to her. The heifer in second, the heifer that you really like some things about, like the length, the body. She's a really tall, well-grown heifer. Would like to see just a little more middle on the heifer for a heifer of this age, but you really like the length of the heifer. And it's her dairiness and feet and legs and that udder prospect today over the third place heifer in the class. It's a real powerful, wide kind of a heifer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bennett, for the placing in the Jersey class of Class 6, taking the blue ribbon honor there is Jaden McPherson. Second place in the class going to Cody Yarbrough. Third place to Carden Hill. Congratulations to our winners in the Jersey division of Class 6. We have a single entry coming in for the ORV competition. June 10th of 2023.
In this class, big, strong summer heifer, big, powerful Swiss, lots of width to her chest, and width throughout in this heifer.
And taking the blue ribbon here in the ORV division was entry number 46076, given by William Cunningham. Congratulations. This completes our summer age heifers. We move into our next class, Class 7.
Well, in these spring 2-year-olds, it's tough to look at them. They're all bred out here, and they're all in different gestations and trimesters, and I think we have to just kind of follow suit with what we've done all day. Young man up front, that's just a really good-legged, super fresh type of female, and I think that one just comes with the world of good whenever you get on the top side of her skeleton, one that portrays so much spread and dimension back into her overall pin set and width, and I think that one just comes with so much belly and substance. She's still pretty and fresh up through that head and neck. I think that's just a good one to start with. Nothing to take away from the young lady in 2. I think that one follows suit whenever you read her from her shoulders back compared to the one that wins. I think she's just the most put together and balanced in her underline, one that you have to appreciate her in that aspect. She maybe becomes a little more mature looking through that head, wants to drop down out of the base of her chest plate just a touch more compared to the heifer that wins, but I think that one's really, really good in her own right and kind. Young man brings the heaviest bred type of female out here, and you can sure tell. She's pushing tons of substance, tons of belly. She's really, really broody. She maybe gets a touch more jammed up through the front 1/3 of her skeleton for me, and I think that's where it just kind of separates the top 2 and why you're going to be 3rd. But I think that one's really flat-shouldered and really good-legged. She just needs to be freshened up through the front 1/3 of her skeleton. Young lady right here in the red vest is going to go ahead and roll out and be 4. I think that one comes with that extra look, that extra freshness and youthfulness still through that head and neck. One that gets a little plainer right there through her pin set. Maybe just doesn't come with as much squareness in her build. Maybe doesn't come with as much width and dimension whenever you study her compared to the 3 ahead. Young lady right here has that extra width and dimension. One that still comes to us ultra feminine. One that ties that head and neck maybe a touch lower into the base of her skeleton. Maybe just comes with enough, a touch too much fullness in the top side of her rib cage. Wants to roach up right there in her top. If I can just balance her out, I could move her up for sure a spot or 2 in this class. Young lady right here, I'm telling you, you brought me good practical cattle all day, and I appreciate that. They're functional, and they're sound at the ground. They're square at the surface. They're just cattle that maybe just doesn't come with as much extra to compare to some of the cattle ahead of you. Maybe just doesn't come with as much extra rib shape. Maybe doesn't come with as much extra spread right there through their pin set for me. But I think that's a really good built one. I think her better days of being a mama cow are way ahead of her, and she's right there knocking on the door. I think that one's going to be really special for you to raise calves out of. She just doesn't come with as much extra boxes checked compared to the heifers ahead of her. Really good class, so go ahead and congratulate them.
Congratulations to our Class 10 exhibitors. In first place, we have Jace Cunningham with JLC My Lady Clementine. In second place, Bristol Smitley with KR Miss Brazil. In third place, Connor Weaver with MLT Trapped in Time Sierra. In fourth place, Bristol Smitley with HCC Daisy of a Day. In fifth place, Cameron Brown with SNK Briley. And sixth place, Madeline Clock with Dancing in the Moonlight. We will now bring in all of our first and second place winners from our classes in the Youth Female Miniature Hereford Show for the overall Grand Champion and Reserve Champion Youth Female Heifer.
Well, the class, different judges certainly could shuffle them around, and in fact, I did in my own mind there and switched around more than I usually like to. But the first place heifer, tremendous front end on the heifer. She's got that clean, sharp look. She's more angler over the shoulders. Felt the second place heifer followed that same kind of pattern. The first place heifer just would like to change those rear legs, but man, she's beautiful out on the move. Second place heifer, again, follows that same pattern as the first heifer. She's just cleaner, more angler. The problem heifer in the class is this third place heifer, a big, powerful, long, stylish heifer that you'd just love to see her look a bit caviar today. She just doesn't have that dairy quality to her today. As well, she just doesn't have that depth of that rear flank you'd like to see in a heifer of this age, but she is a beautiful, big, powerful heifer, and it's that power throughout the front end that puts her over the white heifer that's coming out in fourth. That's an outstanding heifer as well. Great feet and legs on the heifer in fourth. Nice group of heifers. This class, we've got two different kind of heifers to start the class with. Real long, stretchy kind of a heifer that I started the class with. I like her length from end to end. Just a little more style and length to her out from on that side view. Heifer that's a little more level on the hips and pins out on the move than the heifer in second. I like a lot of things. The heifer in second, she's the one that grows on you as the class goes. She's got a really dairy cut to her. Like the feet and legs on the heifer. She just gets a little higher in the pins than that first place heifer, but I wouldn't quibble if somebody switched that top pair. She's just more dairy throughout than the heifer that's in third. Third place heifer, I like a lot of things about. She's got a lot of potential. She's just stronger and harder over that loin today than the fourth place heifer. Fourth over fifth, it's just that dairy, clean, angular look that she's got. The fifth place heifer, kind of, again, a problem heifer in the class. You'd like to see a little more calvy look to the heifer, a little more openness to that rib and depth to that body today for a heifer of this age. But it's her overall balance that puts her over the heifer on the bottom of the class today.
And we appreciate the overview of our Jersey placing. That's 6 entries here. And we will share with you the winner here. Coming to us from entry number 52782, Landon Jensen. Second place award going to Jackson Ray Pearson. Your first place award from Orange fourth place to Molly. Fifth in the class to Riley Pearson. Sixth place to Meredith Leanne Gold. Congratulations to our Jersey Class 7 heifer exhibitors. At this time in the dairy show, will be as 2 entries in this age category of females born during January through December 2022. Well, thank all of the well-wishers along the ringside here in the grandstand area. Appreciate all of you supporting the young people in our show today. So we've got the finale plan from San Diego, Texas out here. Related areas, thank y'all for being here for the Dairy Show.
I first started the class with a heifer that just a lot more length from end to end, a lot more stretch to the heifer out on the move, a heifer that cleaner in that thigh and front end as well, the real strong wide heifer in second.
Taking first place honors in the ORB lead position here in Class 7, Landry Champeron. Second. Owen Miller taking the second place award. And Landry, congratulations to these exhibitors, and this will bring us
Attention mini Hereford exhibitors, we will be taking a 15-minute break in between the youth steers and the open females so that the judges can go take backdrop photos. So about a 15-minute break in between the youth steer show and the open female show for pictures.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in the dairy show, we're now bringing in all of our first place winners in the previous 7 classes in each of our breeds, and to compete for the Junior Heifer Championship. And representing the Holstein breed, we'd like to recognize those that are first place honors. We have no Holsteins in the youngest class shown here today. Class 2, representing that class, is Landry Zappalak with a Vinci 4919. Representing class 3 is Cody Yarborough with a Vinci 59535. Representing class 4, the winner there was Carson Sanchez with a Vinci 6832. Our first place winner in the Holstein breed for class 5 is Liddy Carpenter with her entry number 45308. Representing class 6 in the Holstein Heifers was Alexis Williams with Vinci 45635. And our last class judge, class 7, the oldest heifer, Landry Zappalak with Vinci 4918. This is your first place in the Holstein breed in the heifer show. Let's give all these young people a round of applause. A great deal of accomplishment and hard work. Getting these females grown to the size that they're showing at the heifer division. And thank all of you for your hard work getting prepared for today's show.
Well, guys, I know we still have steers to work through, but if you're standing ringside, give all of these exhibitors a huge round of applause. This is an exceptional lineup, we think, of miniature females out here, and you wouldn't discount them just because of their size. I think if these things could have 3, 4, heck, 5 more inches on them, I think they'd run just as smooth and in comparison with the normal-sized Herefords or polled Herefords or anything. I mean, these cattle out here are exceptional in our eyes. Whether you were first in class or second, we applaud you as breeders, as showmen, as just caretakers of these animals. And I think whenever we started this morning with the young man up front, I think that class hit us hard. And normally, you know, you catch a class here and there that just has just a little downfall to it as far as, you know, one that you don't really just love and can find the way to the top. But I think all of these cattle fit suit. I don't think there was a single class today that just came out and, you know, we didn't find one that we could really get enjoyable whenever we started talking them. I think there's 5, 6, maybe even 7 of them out here between the first and seconds that could be really in contention. And it's just our opinion today about how we pick cattle. And I'm not saying we're the most correct in the way that we do it, but we pick cattle that hopefully you can see are feminine, big-bodied, fresh in their appearance, and for sure functional. These things, they're more than just cattle for these young exhibitors to start their show ring life with. These cattle are meant to be here for a purpose, whether you know, you're breeding and selling them, whether you think you can get the steers to market weight, to be applicable enough to feed your family or other families in your community. And these females, they're going to go out and be a world of good in the industry for breeding for these young exhibitors. And I think all of them are exceptionally good. Like I said, it's really close today. I think there's 2 females, though, that for us, it doesn't matter whether you painted them white, black, purple, pink, or any other color rather than these red and white ones out here. I think they're exceptionally good. They're not just your typical miniature Hereford out here in our eyes. I think it gets really close, like I said, between champion and reserve. Give them one more round of applause, and we'll go out and select them for your champion female.
Congratulations to our grand champion youth miniature Hereford female, going to Charlie Drabro with Cactus MS Clara. Our judges will now select our reserve champion female.
Let's give the Holstein breeders a nice round of applause. Real quality group of heifers. I'm going to go out there and select your junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention, and then I'll talk about them after I do that. Again, an outstanding group, but I think this big yearling kind of sorts herself out for junior champion for me today. Super balanced heifer, heifer that has that quality of dairy look to her. She just loaded with style as well. She's feminine. She goes over the red calf that I made reserve, calf that I think has a load of potential to her. Doesn't quite have that as clean dairy look to her today as the junior champion, but I think she follows along nicely. And then the big red yearling, she's going to be your honorable mention. Again, I said in the class, if you just change her feet a little bit, there'd be no holding this heifer back. But beautiful, three beautiful heifers. Congratulations.
On the mini Hereford side, congratulations to our reserve champion female, going to Finley Buckholz with KLD Sugar. Congratulations, everyone. We will begin our youth prospect show, youth prospect steer show here shortly. So all of our youth prospect steers, go ahead and make your way to the holding ring. Class 1, you need to be in the holding ring. Class 13 and 14 for our prospect steers need to be in the holding ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, over in the dairy side, we'll carry to our championship in the Holstein breed. And taking the junior champion heifer honors is Lady Foster with her NC 45 208. And the reserve honors going to Cody Yarbrough and his heifer, NC number 59 235. exhibitor. Representing Class 4 New Jersey Heifer was entry 45-265. Exhibitor. Representing Class 5 in New Jersey, entry to Allen Cox, but heifer number 37-226. Jerseys in the Hereford division, Class 7, representing that class, exhibited by Landon Denton, and that was 62-782. This is your lineup for the Jersey Championship Award in the Hereford division.
On the mini Hereford side, we have both Class 13 and Class 14 entries in the ring. They were single entry classes, so they came in together for the Youth Prospect Steer Drive. So from Class 13, we have Leighton Yonsick, and from Class 14, Carson Yonsick.
Again, if everybody would, let's give the Jersey Breeders a nice round of applause. Beautiful group of heifers. Again, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go out here and select your junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and then give them a big round of applause if you would. Again, tremendous quality, like all these winners out here, but that first heifer up there, just loaded with style. To me, it was really close, though, for junior champion and reserve. The junior champion just a little more level from the hips to pins. I know that yearling that's reserve is a little bit wider in the chest, so it made it really close placing on that pair. But I just think this junior champion heifer, she just got a little more potential for the long haul for me today. Beautiful, stylish heifer. The reserve heifer, like that openness dairy look she's got, she's going to make a great cow, I'll bet, someday. And the honorable mention heifer, a heifer that doesn't quite have the style of those other two, but you appreciate a lot of things about this heifer.
Only two prospect steers over here, and I think both of them have a very, very bright future ahead of them. Both of them super young, but I think the right parts and pieces are there. They're functional, they're sound type of cattle. They're cattle with muscle, they're cattle with some look. All the right parts and pieces are there, and how I understand it, this is actually a brother and sister out here, and I know it's always hard to compete against siblings. I had to do it for 5 years of my life, and I want to say that was probably the most fun and also the worst part of my life. because all we did was argue about who got what animal and then who got to actually work harder. And I think it was fun at the same time. We pushed each other, just like these brother and sister are doing out here. But for me today, I think there's one just a little further along in its overall body condition, one that comes maybe a touch square and truer up on the top side of a skeleton. So we'll go out and we'll check or we'll pick your champion prospect steer and then the reserve. If you will, give him a nice round of applause.
Jersey Green was 87-225 out on top. The exhibitor and the reserve runners went to Dave McPherson with the entry 42-7-0.
Congratulations to our grand champion youth prospect steer, going to Carson Yonsik with JM Mr. Lucky Charm, and reserve champion youth prospect steer going to Leighton Yonsik with OX Wears Newt. We will now be beginning our youth market steer show. Class 19 and Class 20 youth market steers be to the holding area.
Again, let's give the All of the Breeds division a nice round of applause. Terrific group of heifers. It's tough to sort out when you got different breeds, but lots of very competitive heifers in their individual breeds out here. And so it's a tough call today for junior champion, reserve, and audible mention, but I'm going to go out and select it. Again, I love all four of these heifers that we got out here. Just went with a little maturity, but such a balanced heifer. This heifer just loaded with style once again. Heifer that's clean and angler through the front end. She just has a little more depth to that rear rib than the Swiss that's reserve. Love that heifer as well. Beautiful balance, strong, wide, and dairy. And then I followed with the calf for reserve or for honorable mention. She's got a load of potential as well.
Well, out here for the market steers, and I think it's pretty self-sorting in our eyes, and I don't mean that in a bad way. The young lady up front's going to go ahead and lead the class. I think that one's just exceptional in his build, one that's so fresh and so good looking from the side, one that ties that head and neck out of the top side of his skeleton, ultra tall, one that you have to appreciate just how flat-shouldered and robust he is in that center cavity. Set him into motion, and he's sound as a cat out here. Love how he uses his hip and hind leg. Really, really nice way to start the class. Nothing to take away from the really square built and practical build kind right here in 2. I think that one just doesn't come with as much look compared to the steer ahead of him. One that just maybe gets a touch rounder out of his hip, but one that just packs a lot of red meat on his skeleton, one that exposes a really large ribbed eye. Really like the pair. Young lady up front wins the class for us, though.
Congratulations to our Class 18 Miniature Hereford Market Steer winners. First place, Charlie Poe with DMC Rocky 431M. And second place, McKenna Camp with Gin T Dino Dan. Riley Ingram and Class 20, we need you to the holding area.
We'd like to take this opportunity to recognize the ORB champion that was selected here in the ORB division of our Heifer show. And our champion came out of Class 5. The winner there was entry 45306, given by Billy Carpenter. And your reserve from the ORB, Bush from Class 4. Female entry number 42711, Jason McPherson, the reserve. Congratulations to our ORB champion in the Dairy Show.
Quick announcement for the barns. There is ice in the feed store in the swine barn. So, feed store with ice is in the swine barn.
Over on the dairy show here in the South Arena, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first division of cows, Holstein, here. 2 entries.
Two beautiful cows in this class to start with. Start the cow show out today, and a close placing on this really nice pair. Felt just a little more width through that front end, a little more width to the chest and muzzle area in this first place cow today. She is recently, they're both recently fresh, but she's just over a couple weeks fresh right now and is really coming along well. The second place cow, you might give her the advantage today that she tracks a little more freely in her her rear legs, and that makes it a real close placing. But really love this pair of cows to start the cow show out today.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDermott. Our first place honors here in the hosting show going to entry number 46-619, Allie Carpenter, the exhibitor. And the second place award going to entry number 53885. Single entry in our Jersey division of our cows born during September of 2022.
Well, another really nice class of markets over here, and we opted to leave them how they walked in the ring. Young man up front, I think that one's just the freshest one of the group out here. I think it's the soundest at the ground. He comes with enough muscle and enough shape through his center cavity. Is he overpowering in an aspect? No, but I think that one's just functionality, his look from the profile, just how he ties that head and neck and how fresh and youthful he is through his chest floor. I think that one just kind of separates himself to the top. The competition really arose whenever we got to our middle pair right here. Young lady's actually going to go ahead and be second. I think that one just comes so robust right behind his shoulders. He comes and portrays so much capacity in that center cavity, one that's square built, one that's really good as far as his joint work. Maybe whenever you set him into motion, you might want to let him set down a touch more comfortably on his pasterns, and sure, that may be part to do with the turf. Not all cattle walk on turf every day, and they shouldn't. So we take that into consideration. Just small things that we got to kind of notice out here, but another really nice calf to come in, too. Young man in 3, I think that one's just a really practical, high-yielding type of steer, one that comes with so much substance in his center body, one that comes with a lot of round to him, one that whenever you set him into motion, he gets a little outside of his track, maybe is pushing a touch more extra condition through that head, neck, and chest. Need to clean him up in that aspect. Nothing to take away from the young lady rounding out the class. I think that's a good-looking steer from the side, one that's functional at the ground. You have to appreciate him in that aspect. He's just the leanest in his pattern. Maybe need to see him come with a few more groceries, a little more substance and power from behind to move up any higher. Really good class, so go ahead and congratulate them.
Well, just one jersey in the in this class, first class, but a cow that really excels for a young cow. Again, she's got real quality about her, angular look. She's got that, carries that udder up high above the hock. A cow that's walking out on a nice set of feet and legs as well. Nice representative.
Results from Class 19, Miniature Hereford Market Steers. First place, Liam Ortiz with OJB Tito. Second place, Addison Yonsick with Petite Rue de Beau. Third place, Leighton Yonsick with CRB Top Guns Nacho. And fourth place, Carson Yonsick with Petite Francois. In the ring now, we've got Class 20. Reminder, many Hereford exhibitors, we will take a brief 15-minute picture break in between the steer show and the open show.
young lady that goes ahead and starts the class off is in the red and black. I think that one's fresh in his overall composition. One that you have to appreciate just how much stoutness and power he possesses over his skeletal integrity. One that gets out here and moves very, very handily. Really, really like that calf to go ahead and start the class. Nothing to take away from kind of the meat and potatoes steer right here that's going to go ahead and be in 2. His best attributes are from his shoulders back. He's really square, really robust in that center cavity. Love his body shape. Love how much meat he lays onto a skeleton. He gets too jammed up in his front 1/3. Maybe push a little bit extra chest right there through the bottom side of his skeleton. And one that I need to change him in that aspect. Really good pair, though. Go ahead and congratulate them.
We'll check on some results here in the dairy show. We'd like to recognize our three-wicket winner in
Yes, sir.
Class 10 with Nicole McLemore.
In this class, going to start with the cow that's recently fresh. Give her the advantage today over the cow that has not calved yet. Just kind of know what you got in that udder today. Wears that udder up high and beautiful fore-udder attachment. Cow, like to change the rump structure a bit on her today, but she just has that dairy quality about her today. Over this brown Swiss heifer with a lot of potential. I'd like to see that heifer freshened in. It looks like she's got a bright future as well.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Bennett, for the overview of our Racing Team All ORV. Allison, the winner with a ranking 37.229, and the second place for the going to ranking number 53, 38, Jacob. Completes the setting of our cows in Class 10. We're moving into our next day's category, Class 11 Hereford.
But just one entry, but real quality cow in this class. Again, a complete balanced dairy cow. Very refined in the leg and in the thigh. Beautiful udder. That's when you come back to this beautiful udder. You love the udder on that cow. High, wide rear udder attachment. Beautiful smacked on fore udder as well. Beautiful young cow to win the class.
And taking first place honors in Class 11 in the Holstein division, entry 61-017, given by Stephen Peterson. We'll bring in our jerseys here in the Class 11. And 5 entries in this jersey division.
Well, guys, not a whole lot of numbers out here for the Mini Hereford Steer Show, but the quality is sure good. And I think all 6 of these exhibitors deserve a round of applause for bringing exceptional cattle out here. I just want to go ahead and start off by saying as we're, me and my mom are rounding out our time to judge out here at the Mini Hereford Show. It's been an absolute pleasure. The cattle have been phenomenal, and the kids have been absolutely exceptional to work with. And I think the cattle are bar none good. You wouldn't think just for being a miniature breed that you would get the quality and the aspects that the normal size cattle actually portray in these little ones, but the quality's sure there. I just got through telling my mom there's 2 steers out here that actually are going to have a piece of the show, and I think if they ever get big enough, maybe in 6 years, and they still look the way they do today, these dudes can go and win for the lightweight division there at Fort Worth. I think they're that high quality, they're that good. They just have an absolute presence to them. I think that there's one, and he knows he's good. He gets out here, he cocks off. That thing is like a little banty rooster, and he's showing his stuff. He's strutting around, and he knows just how good he actually is. But I want to go ahead, if you will, give all of these kiddos a nice round of applause, and we'll go and select your champion in reserve.
Congratulations to your grand champion youth market steer, going to Charlie Poe with DMC Rocky 431M. And congratulations to the reserve champion youth market steer, going to Finley Buckholtz with BRB Bob.
Make that announcement and get back to picture stuff. Make that announcement again about 15, 20-minute break.
We are transitioning into that 15-minute picture break, and then we will begin the open miniature Hereford female show.
You need their autograph, Katie?
This class, just a little bit of everything to choose from. A lot of things you do like, though. The frame on the first place cow kind of carries her to win this class. Just like the way the neck comes out of that shoulder. The second place cow just a little frail in that front end, a little bit U-neck. But do appreciate the height and width of the rear udder on the second place cow. So fairly close placing from first and second. Second goes over third, just mainly on the feet and legs. I told the young lady in third, love the high, wide rear udder on this cow, a cow that you could possibly win the class with. She has the best rear udder in the class, but it's just that leg structure today is really a problem for me to get her any higher than third. But that high, wide rear udder puts her over the big cow in fourth. Another cow that's a bit of a problem cow, just looks like a cow that maybe didn't feel very good. Like to see more rear rib on the cow today. Just a little rough over that top, but she just got more dairy quality throughout than the cow that's coming out in fifth.
Thank you very much, Mr. We appreciate your comments here in the Jersey Class 5. Our first place honors went entry number 62837, exhibited by Bryson Denton. Female five-star Cooper. Second in that class, 22, entry 44207. First place award going to Lady Banker Todd. Fourth in the class to Kayla Brown. And fifth place to Landon Dickerson. Congratulations to our Jersey Cow exhibitors in class 11. And at this time, our ORB. The entry here in the ORB class 11.
These are kind of the single entry classes that you'd love to see more cows in, because this is a really competitive young cow, recently fresh with her second calf. Just really like the quality in this young cow. Lots of potential, and a cow that's great now and just going to keep getting better, I believe. Again, two extremely nice cows in this class. I like both of these cows really well. Very different kind of cows. The first place cow, just more refined throughout, especially throughout that head and neck. She's so dairy through that head. Just love that side profile view when you see that head and neck and she walks along. A cow that's a lot more refined in the rear leg as well and the thigh today. And I give her a slight advantage in her rear udder height and width, but a super red and white cow, a cow that could win a lot of shows. I'd just like to clean her up through the front end just a little bit in that rear hock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burnett, for the overview. And our class winner here in the ORB, entry 52, 816, Rising Denton, the exhibitor. And this will move us into our hosting cows, class 12. And the females in your class 12 category are cows that were born during September through December 2022. And the hosting taking first place honors in class 12 with entry 6836. Susan Peterson, the exhibitor, and the second place honors went to entry 6835, exhibited by Tracy Wyatt. And then to our Jersey. Birthday was January 2020 to March of 2021. We had several inquiries as to start time of the Beefmaster show. And we'll share this information to you. We will only have a Beefmaster show after a short transition time of about 15 or 20 minutes to get our arena set up for that show, and we will begin our Beefmaster show with the group classes. Group class entries will start before class 1 in the Beefmaster show, and that will take place about 15, 20 minutes after the completion of the dairy show, and after the award presentations of the scholarship winners in the dairy show.
Got a fairly close placing on a nice pair of cows. I went with what I felt was the best mammary system in the class, a cow that wears that rear udder just a little higher and wider, just a little tighter in that fore udder attachment. Front teats set underneath just a little bit nicer than the second cow. That second place cow, I do prefer that leg set, the rump structure on the second place cow. Two really nice cows, but just give the advantage to that first place cow in the udder today.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking the blue ribbon in our Jersey cow class for that 12 is entry 41233, Aubrey Hereford, the exhibitor. Second place award comes to Michaela Strange with her entry 40863. ORB cows coming in now in class 12. Females born during September 2020.
First place cow in this class, a cow that carries a lot of power and width and strength to her, and that gives her quite the advantage today in the frame. Again, a cow that carries those rear legs a bit nicer as well. Again, really like the strength and the width. Beautiful four-udder attachment. She has an advantage in that four-udder attachment and levelness of the four-udder, or levelness of the floor of the udder today over the cow in second.
Have a single entry in this age category with the Heifers of represented. The Hosting, Jersey, and ORP. All these single entries in this age category of cows born 8 cows December 2029.
Got a recent a fresh cow. She's on her fourth calf, and a cow that's held up really well. She really carries that udder high above the hock. Again, quite a nice cow for single entry in a class. A cow that, again, could stand some competition.
And taking the blue ribbon in class 13 for Hosting, entry 45-317. Allie Carpenter, the exhibitor.
This Jersey class, this cow, a real raw bone, strong, powerful kind of a cow that got those good feet and legs as well. Again, you'll really like the strength and width throughout in this cow.
And taking the blue ribbon here in the first division, 40-66. Next in the arena will be represented.
A single entry in this class, and a cow that's getting fairly well along in her lactation and showing just a little bit of weight today, but beautiful uddered cow. Cow that, again, beautiful four udder, high,
First
wide
call,
udder,
miniature
and
Hereford,
excellent teat
open
placement
show,
as well.
class 2, first call.
taking in the blue ribbon here in the ORV, entry 53, 891, Jack Mitchell, exhibitor. That completes the judging in class 13 of our cows. Moving into our 8 cows in class 14.
Also, first call, Class 3 mini Herefords.
To me, when you get into these mature cows, just the kind of cow you really like to see, a cow that, not the hugest cow in the world, but a cow you really like a lot of things about. She still has that udder quite a lot above the hock. Teat placement, excellent teat placement. That crease down the back of her udder still deep. A cow that has substantial width, and she's got openness and daringness to her. Really nice representative to win that class.
We thank you for the overview of our placings here with our senior entry and host team. Thank you for the blue ribbon there. Entry 53, 896. Jack Mitchell, the exhibitor. We'll be bringing in our 3 entries in this 8 cow category. The Jersey breed.
outstanding pair of cows. Again, I'd like to see more cows out here to compete with these two because they very likely could be first and second if there were 10 out here. And a fairly close placing, but just a little more frame to the first place cow. She carries a little more level from her hips to her pins, a little more drop to her rear rib. Give the second place cow a slight advantage in height and width of rear udder today, but that's getting nitpicky. Beautiful pair of cows, very good representatives for the Jersey breed.
And we thank you for that overview of our cow class here in Jersey. Taking the blue ribbon on it, class 1 through 41, 2, 34, Albert State. And second place award 1 through 45, 3, 15, exhibited by the Heifer. Now it's time for the awardees. The region of Mary District will have 4 entries in the state.
This class, mature cows, the one that I felt sorted herself out to the top nicely, a cow that she is, again, she's clean and sharp, but got the strength to go along with it. Obviously, that still wears her rudder up there above the hock. It's that front teat size and shape that give her the advantage and balance the rear quarters over the second cow. The second place cow over the third place cow, a cow that's just got more crease down the back of her udder, a cow that's extreme dairy cow, extremely clean cut and sharp and feminine looking cow at this stage. And that's that dairy look that puts her over the cow that's coming out in third. Third place cow, a cow that has worn very well, a very youthful-looking cow. I'd just like to see a little milkier look to her. But she's more dairy and cleaner than the cow that's coming out in fourth, a big, wide cow, huge chest and rib on this cow, but just too much flesh today to get her above that bottom spot.
Can you make that same announcement on this one, please?
Just bring lunch in, because we're gonna have a 15-minute break between the deal, and I'll eat it here rather than try to.
Have an announcement around the barn regarding the Beef Pasture Show start. A lot of interest in that subject. And tell you where we are with the dairy show. We're wrapping up our aged cow division. We'll have showmanship competition following that. Then a presentation.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Start of the Beef Pasture Show and the completion of awards presentations in the dairy show.
Am I good, Harvey? All right. Pleasure to be here with you working in your open miniature Hereford show today, and a pair of good ones come out in this first class. I see both females as being very structurally sound at the ground when you read them in their feet. Up in their neck and their face and their neck and shoulder juncture. I just see a little bit more power in terms of bone, a little more pin width in the female than I used to win the class. Just a notch heavier structural and a little bit a notch wider through the skeleton. I see a little more extension of front end in the female that comes in second. I really like her balance, and she's ultra feminine. But again, she just gets a little bit tighter in her pin placement, not quite as level to her from hooks to pins as the female that wins the class. But again, a pair of good ones. Congratulations to you both.
Class 2 for our mini Hereford show. In first place, we've got Stockton Imshoff with Triple E Physique. In second place, Madison Staley with DTM Princess Ariel. We'll now welcome in Class 3 to the ring, and then we will pick our Grand and Reserve Champion Heifer calf. So first call, Class 7. Our judge for the Open Miniature Hereford show today is Mr. Doug Pierce. Mr. Pierce is from Brenham. He is a professor at Blinn College. He did his Bachelor of Science, Master of Science, and PhD postgraduate work at Texas A&M University. He enjoys ranching and teaching young people. Mr. Pierce has numerous teaching awards, has bred several breed champion American steers, and coached several state and national winning judging teams, along with many national and judging many international and national shows. Mr. Pierce enjoys the friendships that he's made and the privilege of working with and helping young people achieve their professional goals. Thanks for being here today, Mr. Pierce.
Another good class of females. Really, I'm a big fan of these mini Herefords. I think they've got a lot of utility to a lot of different aspects of the industry, and really some good ones here in the ring. The female that I'll start off the class with, I'd like to see her a little bit nicer, the way she sets up on her front feet. But after this, to me, she's a big, bold rib, thick pinned female that has a lot to offer. Just a nice, feminine, long-sided individual. The female in second, I really like the way she sits down on her feet and legs. To me, she's more skeleton sound, particularly off her front end. A female that's a little bit bolder out there in her full rib, not quite as nice out of her hip, and not quite as elegant out through her front end as the female that wins the class. We've got a really nice female that comes out in third, one that's sound up on her front end like the one in second, and pretty elegant up in her front, just not quite the mass and body dimensions I can find in the two Heifers that place up ahead of her. But three really nice mini Hereford females in our second class.
Congratulations to our Class 3 winners, Mini Herefords. First place, Madison Godwin, J.H. Gwynn, 801M. In second place, Cherokee Ranch with CRB, Nougat's Annie Oakley. And in third place, Cody Vinghouse with OX Dang Shoddy. Bringing in the first and second place winners from our first two classes for selection of the champion and reserve champion, fall and winter junior heifer calf. This is your second call, Class 7. First call, Class 8.
Very nice, pair of very nice young females in our division here to select our champion from. And, two individuals that to me I think are very similar in terms of how their frame size. I know there are many, but they've got some a length of body. To me, they're really nice up in their front end. The females look very youthful, and that's a good thing for these younger classes. And the females, to me, are very, very feminine from end to end. To me, I think it boils down the difference between these two. The younger female out of the first class, to me, is sounder on her feet and legs, particularly up on her front end. She'll be the female that's a champion in this division, and then we'll come in and place the female that wins the older class. She'll be reserved in this division. Congratulations to all that showed in this youngest division of mini Hereford females.
Congratulations. Champion fall and winter junior heifer calf goes to Stockton Imshoff with Triple E Physique, and reserve champion to Madison Godwin with J.H. Gwynn, 801M. Bringing into the ring now Class 7. Class 8, make your way to the holding ring.
pair of really, really nice heifers in this class in terms of their functionality. These heifers walk in the ring and you study them at the ground. Man, they just kind of float across the ring, just really good in their joints and their angles to their joints. And they've got plenty of body dimension in my mind. You know, sometimes we can get too much body, and I think that these two are just about right. That type of body shows me that they are youthful. They're the right age, if you will, and just two complete, just very functional females in my mind. To me, as I talk to the youngsters over there in the corner where I could visit with them individually, it just comes back down to just, you've got a female here that's a little bit stouter structured in terms of her bone. She's a little bit wider through her chest floor, and she works that width more uniformly throughout her body, and she's a little bit wider and fuller from hooks to pins. The female that comes out in second, maybe just a little more feminine right up through her shoulder. She lays in tighter right there at her neck-shoulder juncture. But a female that just doesn't have the stoutness is the female that wins the class. But two really, really good functional future cows that I think are going to be very good producers for these two youngsters. Congratulations. Pair of nice ones.
Class 7 miniature Herefords, congratulations. First place, Jace Cunningham with JLC Lady Henrietta. In second place, McKenna Camp with BR Liliana 22M. Now bringing in Class 8. First call for Class 11.
Very interesting class, because in this trio of heifers, I can say good things about each one that's better than the other two, which are positive attributes in my mind. But just talk about them here, and I'll show you how I like them afterwards. The dark red heifer is one that's evidently the stoutest structure is female. And young lady, what that means is you got a heifer that's got the biggest bone and the biggest feet. Now, we like big feet because they're more apt to handle the terrain that they walk on. Your heifer at the same time is being big, stout structures, big-bodied, has a lot of depth to her forerib, has some spring and curvature to her rib, and has some thickness and width to her pin placement. I'd like to make her just a tick longer necked. You with me? And so that's good that you hold that neck up in that heifer. This is the leanest conditioned heifer of the three. She is not the fattest. That's okay. She's not supposed to be fat this stage of her life. And she is one that probably, in my mind, is probably the most angulated fronted. She lays down flat in her shoulder, and she's got some body depth. Where I'd like to change her, she maybe is not quite as wide-bodied at her chest floor and through her pin placement as some of the other two heifers. But, man, I'd like to see this one as she gets mature and gets a little bit, just get a little more grease on her. It gets a little more fat. Then you got a female that's the easiest fleshing of the three. Here's one I bet you have a hard time keeping her not from getting fat. You got to put her not much feed and a lot of grass and hay. And what's wrong with that? That's a really good thing. That's low input cattle that can make it on grass. After this, she is a big bodied, but she's probably not the most attractive female of the three out here. And so I guess as I talk my way through this, that one's the one I like best, because the only thing I really need to change about her is a little bit more length to her neck, so bring her on over here first. I really like that female. This heifer will be second because of her feminine traits. I like the easy fleshness of this female, just not quite as attractive as the two that lay out ahead of her. But an interesting class of females, and it was fun looking at them, and good luck to y'all in the future with these things.
Class 8 for our miniature Herefords. First place, we have Cameron Brown with RJTNT Miss Ruby. Second place, Case Alegria with DT Summer. And third place, Kinley Godwin with JH Brenda. We'll now be bringing in our first and second place winners from classes 7 and 8 for selection of our Champion Summer Junior Heifer Calf. Final call, class 11. First call, class 12.
We got four very nice females in the ring here, four very functional, very mama cowish, if you will, as we predict what they'll be one day. The two that are closest to me are our first place winners, and they're the ones that we'll select our division winner from. And as you can see, look at the length of body, same. Look at the depth of body, same. Look at the muscle, same. Look at the bone, same. Where's the difference? Length of front end, you're division winner. Bring her on over, young man. I like your heifer a little bit more than the one that I have in second. We've got the female that comes out in second in that class, one that really a nice individual. Puts all the parts together that you need in a female. Wasn't quite as stout featured as the one that beat her in class. And today, I still like the stoutness of feature of the one that wins the older class in this division. Young lady, bring on over your reserve. But I want to say again, four really good mini Hereford females in this division drive.
And our champion summer junior heifer calf goes to Jace Cunningham with JLC Lady Henrietta. Reserve champion to Cameron Brown with RJTNT Miss Ruby. We're now bringing in class 11, class 12. You need to be in the holding ring.
competition here today, and these are the cream of the crop, if you will. They've been their respective class winners, and they're representing their breeds here in the competition for the overall award. Each of those breeds, and young people, we appreciate all the efforts that you put into these animals and getting them into production. And thank you so much for being at San Antonio Show this year. We're going to have some special awards and some announcements here by our judge, and we want to thank Ted Bennett from Kinney, Illinois, for serving as our pleasure judging the dairy show this morning.
Okay, we're about ready to conclude our dairy show. First of all, we want to welcome everybody to the 76th Annual San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. My name is Mark Kep. I'm proud to be a volunteer with the committee. I want to introduce a couple executives before I turn the mic over to the judge. We have Mr. Ryan Coble here. He is our chairman of the Livestock Committee. Terry McFadden is the vice chairman of the Livestock Committee. Neil Broderick is with our scholarship committee, and Mr. Kevin Brown is an AVP with the San Antonio Livestock Show. So with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to the judge. He's going to say some words about his selections, and then I'll turn the mic over to Mr. Coble, and he can close the comments.
Well, thanks. It's certainly privileged to be part of selecting these today, and just a lot of hard work goes into bringing these cows out, and all these kids have done a great job in all three groups that we've got out here, and just again my pleasure to be here and to select these. So with that said, we're going to start out with the Holsteins. I'm going to go out and slap out your champion and your reserve of the Holstein breed today. Before I do that, let's give the Holstein breeders a nice round of applause while I'm
Class 12 miniature Herefords, we need Stockton Imshoff to the holding ring.
These Holsteins, you could have went a lot of different ways. They're a tremendous group, and not, I wouldn't say that one just jumped out as being grand and reserved today because they're all such outstanding uniform group, but I just felt that cow that I made grand today, she's just a moderate-sized cow. I love the udder on this cow, though. To me, she had the best udder in the group today and is deserving of your grand. I think the cow with the load of potential is that young red and white 2-year-old, just recently fresh, and I'd love to see her later on this year. She's going to be amazing. So now we'll go to the Jersey group, and again, tremendous group from top to bottom. And again, let's everybody give them a nice round of applause if you would. To me, these two old cows, mature cows, just fell in place for grand and reserve nicely, and I just think very deserving. Everybody that has Jersey strive to have mature cows like that, high style cows that look like they work extremely well. Again, just the frame on that champion cow today just kind of blows you away. That tremendous rib and style she's got through the front end. And then you got the reserve cow with that high, wide rear udder and tremendous youthful looking udder for her age still. Tremendous group. Now, if everybody would, let's come down here to the all other breeds and give them a nice round of applause as well. Again, I'm just tickled with the quality clear down the line in this group. So your champions and reserve today of this group. Kind of different type cows, really, but to me, the Guernsey just flowed to the top as being spot on today. I think, obviously, not many Guernseys here, but for her breed, what an outstanding representative. She's got that beautiful welded-on udder, carries really high NY, and a real dairy quality about her. A little tighter for the reserve. But I thought that aged Swiss cow just had a dairy balanced frame to her and a real quality udder to be reserve as well. So congratulations to all of them. Again, a real pleasure to be out here to select these champions today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for the overview of our champion placings. And we'll turn it back over to the arena mic. Special presentation.
Okay, let's talk this class before we get back over to the dairy show. Really a good class of females from top to bottom. Star of the class, with to me, is the most fault-free female by far in this class. As you watch her walk, she just floats as she moves. She covers her tracks. She's so feminine. I told the young lady showing her, she's not the heaviest bone. She's not the thickest. And what I'm saying is she's not extreme anywhere, but she scores 8 or 9 in all those categories. So to me, she is the logical choice to start this class. The female that's most like her comes in second. Where she's not like her is how she ties in her loin and hip juncture. I'd like to see her a little bit smoother right through there. I'd like to see her maybe just flex down to the ground just a tick more fluid as this female does. She flexes, but this heifer floats. You know what I'm trying to say, the way she just hits the ground. The female that comes out in third is one that I really like her in her neck and shoulder juncture. She's really clean there. She's super feminine up her front end. She is a sound female. I'd like to change her over. Thank you, buddy. I'd like to change her over our pin, hooks to pins, rise her up in her pin placement just a tick. We got the freckled-faced female here is one that's just really meat and potatoes cow power. You know, she has got a big, bold rib in her. She's got a little extra flesh there in her brisket, but that's okay. She'll need that extra energy after she calves one day, but just not quite as attractive to her front end and through her hip as some of the other cattle, but just really, really good in terms of things that mean the most. Here's a heifer that's much like this one that's coming out next. A female, just a little bit plainer up in her front end. Really like the stoutness of feature in this little heifer here, just a little bit shorter necked. One that's a little shorter sided coming out here with the young lady with the red ribbon in her hair, but she does a good job. And the young man here that's bringing up the class, a female that's really long bodied. She's really long fronted. She just gets a little bit shallower and tighter in overall body makeup. Good class of females. Congratulations to all these youngsters.
Class 11 results for miniature Herefords. In first place, Tori Smeckle with DMC Victoria Versa. Second place, we got Tathan Garza with TGG RC. Third place,
okay,
McKenna
as we start
Kemp.
our presentations, I'd like to turn the mic over to Mr. Ryan Coble, say a few words for our exhibitors.
All right, thank you, Bart. Not going to take much time. As y'all see, we've already completed this show, but I definitely want to thank all the exhibitors and congratulate them on all their achievements that they've conquered here. I also want to thank all the parents, family members, everybody that helped get these young people here. They are our future. So thank you for taking the time to believe in them and dedicate your time. We all know this show, there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of behind the scenes to make it happen. So we want to thank the Dairy Cattle Committee led by Mark Kep. We want to thank the judges, the interns, the superintendents, staff, everybody that made this happen. So thank y'all to everybody. Round of applause. Let's award these $30,000 worth of scholarships.
Scholarship to the senior host team going to Keegan Peterson. Entry 6836.
Finishing out those miniature Hereford placings from Class 11. In fourth place, we had Katie Stell with DTM Bell. Sixth place, Jace Cunningham with JLC Miss Penelope. Seventh place, Carter Robbie with RF Carter's Lucky Charm. And in eighth place, we've got Carson Yancic with JMM Miss Milky Way. We've got Class 12 in the ring now, and then we will select our Champion Spring Junior Heifer Calf. So Class 15 and Class 16, this is your first call.
Reserve rank champion, host team division. Reserve grand to entry 46-619. Allie Carpenter. Next breed to be recognized is the Jersey breed. Presentations will be made to the grand champion exhibitor in the arena at this time. That was entry 41-31 out of Class 14, exhibited by Aubrey Hubbard. Congratulations, Aubrey. And our reserve grand champion from the Jersey breed will be moving up to the presentation. The reserve grand honors. And the reserve grand champion for the Jersey breed Victory 45-315. Congratulations to Stanley Carpenter for the reserve grand champion. We're now bringing in the grand from the other Richard breeds in the dairy show. That's entry number 52-816. Coming to us from class 11 in that show, the exhibitor.
Another really good class of mini Hereford females. Female that wins the class is just so much dimension and so much balance that goes along with that dimension in my mind. Here's one that you read her riding behind her front shoulder. She drops down into a big old deep-sided forerib. She's got a good sweeping curve to her rib cage. She maintains that out through her flank. But when you get in front of her, she's just not just, you know, she tucks in good enough in her brisket. Yeah, she's got a little brisket in her, but that's okay. And she's very feminine up in her front end, and I like her muscle design from behind. The heavier muscled female of the class is in second. You really like the width that this heifer shows you in from behind, not only from her muscle, from stifle to stifle, but up top of her hip out through her pin set. The female just not quite as deep in his flank and as bold ribbed and as soft structured as this female that wins the class. The heifer in third, I like a lot about her. And to me, I think this one maybe's time's coming as she gets heavier bred, because to me, she's really long fronted. She's very tall fronted. And that makes her look attractive, and she's cleaner in her chest as a result of that. Tremendously big feet, which is a good deal, and she flexes in her joints. Needs to be deeper flanked, in my mind. I'd like to see that with that female. But, man, she gets out and moves, and as she walks in the ring, she tracks wide, and she's just a really good female. Just need more body in her. I can find the body depth and dimension that I like in the heifer that comes in fourth, and I like that about her. She's certainly deeper in her flank than the heifer that precedes her in third. Where I change this female, she gets a little bit thicker in her neck, young man. If you just look at the distance from the top of her neck down here, she's a little bit deeper right there. That's okay. That's okay, because that's not going to make her more or less fertile in my mind. It's thinnest of neck, not that depth of neck. But she's just not quite as attractive in that area and a little bit steeper in her out of her hip. But, man, she's a big, bold-bodied, big-boned, soft-structured female that you really got a lot of things about her. The heifer that comes out in, I guess she'd be fifth, is much like the one in third, just not quite as long up to her front end, and like to see her a little bit deeper in her flank. I like the femininity in this heifer, young lady. She's really complete, just not as stout featured as some of the other cattle. Young lady, you got a good one there. Just needs to be a little more body depth and a little more length of side than that one that brings up the class. But a good class of females, and congratulations to everyone that showed in this class.
To again acknowledge the grand champion in our ORB dairy show, class 11 winner, entry number 52-816, Bryson Denton taking the grand award and the reserve grand honor in the ORB division, went to entry 53-349 out of class 14. The exhibitor there, scholarship winners that were presented through the generosity of the San Antonio Livestock Show. Peterson from the Holsteins, Aubrey Hubbard from the Jerseys, and Bryson Denton from the ORB.
Class 12 results, Miniature Hereford. First place, we have Charlie Dreadbro with Cactus MS Clara 102M. In second place, Stockton Emshoff with HL Naughty Rabbit. In third place, Madeline Patronello with Muella de Valle. In fourth place, James Glaspie with G5 Diamond Huntress G510. In fifth place, Taryn Garza with HL Bunny XO. In sixth place, Madeline Wolverton with SAF Miss Kika. In seventh place, Madison Sandoval with Miss Ginger. And in eighth place, Cody Vanghouse with CRB 50K Opal. We now have our first and second place winners from classes 11 and 12 here for the selection of our Champion Spring Junior Heifer Calf and Reserve.
Really nice set of 4 females in here to select our Grand and Reserve division winners here. The 2 class winners, I think, are pretty dadgum good, just to be honest with you. The younger female, to me, is one that's just flawless in her skeleton makeup. I love her angles, everyone you want to talk about, shoulder, pasterns, hock, the way she sets out of her pin placement and how wide she is through her pins, and very feminine up in her front end. You've got those same type of angles, just so much more body dimension and depth. You know, the younger female's a little bit more attractive up through her front end. But you know where I like this heifer the best? When she moves. And when they're moving, they're honest. We can stop them and set them up and make them look like they're really not, but they're honest when they're moving. Young lady, bring that honest, good-looking heifer out here. I'd like you to be division winner. Congratulations. Good job.
Congratulations to our Champion Spring Junior Heifer Calf, Charlie Drebro with Cactus MS Clara 102M.
2 very similar heifers that come in to contend for reserve. Females that are both very tall-fronted and lay in good in their shoulder, very feminine-headed. Got about the same amount of center body dimension. Where I like the younger female, she's smoother out of her hip and a little bit more feminine in her muscle design from behind while still maintaining enough muscle. You've got more muscle shape, a little more power, but to me, I think this one fits together in a more feminine package. That one will be reserved in this division. Congratulations to all of y'all.
Over in the dairy arena, showmanship is underway. And we have the age category, juniors, 8 through 13, seniors, 14 through 18,
The reserve champion Spring Junior Heifer Calf goes to Tori Smakel with DMC Victoria Versa. Bringing into the ring now is Class 15. Class 16, be making your way into the holding ring.
older they get, the better they get. They just keep coming with good ones here in this mini Hereford show. Two really nice ones up here in this class. To me, the separates the two is body dimension. I see a little more depth in that forerib of this female that comes out and wins the class, and maybe a little more centered body dimension, and a little more stoutness of feature when you get in behind them in terms of their muscle work. I really love the softness of structure in the female that comes out in second, one that's very easy fleshing female that sits down really softly on her feet and legs. Just not maybe as powerful in terms of her muscle and that internal dimension as I see in that female that places and leads out ahead of her. The female in third's right there too. You know, just a really nice female, one that's good through her shoulders. She's leveled down her top line. She sits down good on her feet and legs, all the things that are most important in cattle. She needs to be just a little bit bolder body, particularly right there in her flank, but that will come with time and age and maturity. Just a good female of three and a nice set in this particular class.
Well, great job by these three kids out here. The young man I've got here on top, just a little better control of the head of his heifer, and he held it, I felt, at the right height. But all three kids answered the question that I asked them, and all three did a nice job at the halter. But young man on the top, just a little better with the head of the animal. Young lady in second. Over the young man in third, just a little better eye contact when they were out on the move, but very good job by all three of them.
Class 15 miniature Hereford results. In first place, we have Stockton Imshoff with HL Playgirl ET. Second place, we have Finley Buckholz with KLD Sugar. And in third place, Colton Suarez with BR Lil Kim 198L. In the ring, we have Class 16. After that, we will select our fall and winter champion and reserve champion intermediate heifer. First call, Class 19.
Once again, a reminder to Beef Master exhibitors, following the showmanship, we'll observe a 15-minute transition break to turn our awards table around and get set up for the Beef Master show. So we'll be making first calls at about 5 minutes until the start of your show. So we'll be making the first class calls. We're into showmanship on the senior division here in the dairy show at this time.
Another really good class to evaluate. And the female that wins the class, man, she caught my eye when she walks in the ring. She just so youthful and so sound in her feet and leg work. But then you start to analyze her. She's a heavy structured heifer. She's got some bone and big foot size. She's wide through her body cavity. She just is one that I think is going to be just really nice as she grows on and matures, and just a really good female. The heifer in second now is a little bit more mature today. And we certainly like that added dimension to her body, and she has that. She's got a little, little grease there in her brisket, which is a good thing. People always criticize those cattle for having that there. Man, they got to have it if they want to have some fuel reserves when they go out to be a cow. Heifer's not quite as nice out of her hip, not as a smooth transition through her loin and her hook bones, and in that regard compared to the one that wins the class, but a very heavy structured, deep-bodied, very nice female. Heifer that comes out in third, much like the one in second, when you admire that bone and body she has in her, just not quite as center body dimension, and she's not quite as deep in her flank. The heifer that comes out next, really a nice heifer in terms of her balance and the way she's put together. She gets a little bit shorter up in her front end, and the other two cattle a little bit shorter hip than those. The one that comes next, just really a big-bodied female, gets a little more narrow through her chest floor, maybe a little bit deeper right there in the crest of her the crest of her neck and there in her chin, but a nice practical female. Then the youngster that comes down here, he's got a long-bodied, long-necked female that's really nice, just not the body dimension, overall volume and power as some of the other cattle in the class. Good set of females. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
This showmanship class, both these young ladies did a really nice job. The heifers had a little behavioral issues, both of them at times, but both of them did a pretty good job at correcting that. Young lady in first, just a little better with getting the legs underneath her heifer when I stopped them. She did just a little bit nicer keeping her heifer going on the move. But again, outstanding job with both of them.
Result. Results from Class 16 Mini Herefords. First place, Sutton Buckholes with KLD Spice. Second place, Madeline Patronella with HL Sparkles Delight. In third, Taryn Garza with KLD Dancing Queen. In fourth, McKenna Camp with Miss Kendra. In fifth, Madison Staley with DTM Luna. And in sixth, Carson Yancic with CRB Chosen Ones Nelly. In the ring now, we have our first and second place winners for selection of the Fall and Winter Intermediate Heifer. This is your final call, Class 19. Class 20, make your way to the holding ring.
Four really nice females to select our division winner in this division. I don't even know what the name of the division is. I think we're on like Division 4, 5 maybe. But is that right? I guess it doesn't really matter. Fall, winter, intermediates. Gotcha. Okay? All right. The younger female in this division is the bigger frame size female, but she's big bodied and she's got a lot of muscle in her, and I like that about her. I like her maybe sit down a little more true up on her front end, maybe be a little bit more elongated in her muscle end from behind. The female that wins the class behind her is a little bit smaller outline female, but man, you talk about one that's put together good. Talk about her feet and leg structure, how she sits down, how she sits in her neck and shoulder and through her hip and from behind. I've always been one that I like how they're put together more than anything. She's put together just very, very nicely. She'll be champion in this division. And we've got a really nice one that comes in behind her, big-bodied and good muscled and nice up in her front end. But I like this one that wins the older class or younger class in this division to be reserved. Congratulations to these four real nice ones. You bet.
Congratulations, champion fall and winter intermediate heifer goes to Sutton Buckholes with KLD Spice, and reserve champion to Stockton Emshoff with HO Playgirl. Now bringing into the ring, class 19, class 20B in the holding ring. Longhorn exhibitors, we will be taking a 20-minute transition break in between the miniature Hereford and Longhorn show. Just to give you a heads up, Longhorn exhibitors.
Can I give you guys these master's books? So when y'all are ready to do your stuff, they're going to take those tablecloths off. I'm going to hand you 2 tablecloths that we're going to put on these tables. So those are theirs. And I'll give you, when they take theirs off, we'll put ours on.
Three outstanding juniors, all of them getting a good start and do a good job. You could mix and match this one each way. I think at times you could one with each and every kid out here, and then one had maybe a little struggle, and then you looked around, the next one had a little struggle. The young man in first, I felt his calf handled the best of all of them. I thought she was the best broke, and he did a good job moving her and holding her head up. Young lady in second, she had just a little better eye contact, would have won today, and Heifer wanted to have a little fit on her there later on here as we saw in line. Young lady in third probably does the best job at times out on the move and keeps best eye contact of everybody, but calf wanted to have a little fit as well, and a smaller calf, it makes it a little harder when they do that on you. So congratulations to all three of them.
Really nice females in this class in our mini Hereford show. Got 3 different kinds, if you will, or 3 different stages of maturity or And there's some frame size differences. And to me, the one that's kind of the combination of all of them out here stands in first. She's one that's long-fronted, she's long-sided, and she's long from hooks to pins. She's a little bit high on her tail head, a little coarser out on her tail head, but a female that I think that if you look at what she can be, as she gets a little more condition on her, and young man, you need to feed that heifer a little bit harder if you want her to be more competitive. I'm just telling you. You know, because she's got some good things about her, and it's not being shown because of those things. Little heifer in second is one that is born right in her condition, if you will, here today. But a female's not quite as long into her front end. She's not as long-hipped as this heifer is. But you do a great job of showing her, and I'm awful proud of you. And we've got a female that comes in third. Now, she's one of those easy-fleshing, easy-keeping females that we certainly like that about her. She's deep-bodied, but she gets a little bit shorter up in her neck and a little bit deeper there in her chest, and not just quite as feminine as the other two females when you read her up in the front end of her body. But again, the young lady did a good job of showing her and working with her, and congratulations to all three of y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, over in the dairy show, we'd like to recognize our junior showman winners and the Jersey breed. Congratulations to the first place honors going to Hugh Pearson Molly, taking first place honors, and second to Charlotte Wilson. Congratulations to these exhibitors who are moving in our senior Jersey. To also thank the donors of the halter being presented here in the arena, showmanship winners in the Jersey division, getting a halter donated by Jersey Farm, Schulenburg, Texas. Appreciate their support.
Class 19 miniature Hereford results. In first place, we have Christopher Ortiz with CB Miss Anita Beer. Second place, Carter Robbie with RF Carter's Dot. And in third place, Riley Ingram with Lily Rim. In the ring now, we have Class 20. This is your first call, Class 23. Bring them up to the holding ring.
Let's let these two heifers sit here, two in the class. We'll talk about them, and I'll tell you how I like them. The two really good females and the young ladies here doing a good job showing them, and that's what it's really all about, isn't it? The one that's, I guess, to my right here is one that I really like, the cleanliness of pattern. She's a trim-conditioned female that's got a lot of angulation in her joints and her skeleton. A female that I like the way she lays back in her shoulder. I like the way she travels the ring. I like to make her a little bit tucked up, a little bit more in her chest, a little bit deeper in her flank to give her a little more balanced look from the side, but a very stout structured, very feminine, very nice female. See a little more balance in the female that stands in this class, second in this class, but not second in place and just behind the other one here. One that's deeper flanked, a little bit taller at her point of her shoulder, and she's a little bit higher in her brisket, which gives her a more balanced appearance. At the same time, she's still as stout structured and as featured as the female that stands ahead of her. Maybe not quite as limber on her feet and legs, but close enough and good enough for me to like her first in the class. So, young lady, bring your heifer on over here. You'll be first, and you got an awful, awful good heifer there, young lady, and she's going to be second. Congratulations to both of y'all.
Class 20 miniature Hereford results. Congratulations. First place, Tatum Shed with Jen T. Trinagene. And in second place, Adeline Suarez with Wiley Kinsley. Now we are bringing in our first and second place from class 19 and 20 for the champion summer intermediate heifer selection and reserve champion. Class 23, come up to the holding ring.
We got 4 very functional females and very practical in terms of how they're put together, and just simply said kind that we can make good cows out of, and that's the main thing. As we look at our 2 class winners, the young man, as we talked in class, has got good parts and pieces of that female in terms of her length of front or length of body, how she gets down on her feet and legs. We just like to see her with a little more volume and dimension about her. You know, some of that's just the way she is, and some of it's due she maybe need a little more condition to help her out in that respect. Got a female that stands in the class behind her in this division, one that does have that extra body volume, particularly as you read her through her center and then through her flank. A female that maybe doesn't lay down quite as nice through her shoulder, but a female that, in my mind, is adequate in that respect. And also, she's got a tremendous amount of muscle, but the right type. She carries down deep into her hock, a feminine muscle, if you will. And I appreciate a lot of things about that female. I guess you can tell by the way I'm talking, she's my favorite in this division. Young lady, if you'd lead her on out, and congratulations to you on being division champion. Bring in the other female that stood second in class to the one that I liked in this division, a female that is much like, come on, thank you. You did a good job. Is much like this female, just not quite as much of her, to be honest with you. But to me, in terms of body dimension and width of skeleton and the way she sits down on her feet and legs, young lady in the green shirt, bring her on. You're reserved in this division. Congratulations to all of y'all that showed in this division.
Congratulations to the champion summer intermediate heifer shown by Tatum Shed, Jen T. Trinagene. And reserve champion goes to Adeline Suarez with Wiley Kinsey. We are now bringing into the ring class 23. And then we will select our spring intermediate champion and reserve champion heifer in that class. So all of you division winners, make your way back to the holding ring, and reserve division winners.
Well, this group took a little extra time. Got 3 young ladies. I don't know where the boys are, but if these 6 young ladies scared them off, I can see why. So, because they're really good. All of them are extremely qualified and did a great job. So the 3 that are back there don't feel bad. They're just little things that didn't get you up in this group of 3. The young lady I started with, she just really calm, collected. I thought she seemed just really easy at the halter. That's part of it. It transmits to the heifer, and I think that just she did an outstanding job, and she set her up quickly, got her in line really well. The young lady in second, again, it's really close. She could have been first at times as well, but maybe wasn't quite as quick with her answers whenever I asked her question, maybe not quite as accurate. And then the young lady in third maybe got her heifer's feet back just a little bit, that one last line, and made a little difference as opposed to the other 2. But outstanding group by all 6 of these young ladies.
Once again, we'd like to thank the Health Department, Jersey Farms, and Schulenburg for the support of the awards given out here. They've given also for our showmanship. Appreciate their support. And we'll have those winners' names for you here in just a moment. The senior showmanship winner, Riley McMahon, taking the first place honors in showmanship, and Anak also getting recognition for the runner-up showman here in the senior division.
I think there's a lot of good in these top 3 females, as well as all the females in this class. But the heifer that I'm going to go ahead and win the class with, to me, is the most complete of the 3 in my mind. She's the female that's super feminine up her front end, and after that, you know, she's got some structure in terms of her bone, and she carries it, and she sits it down very softly when she hits the ring on a big foot. I like that about her. A female that's got some center body dimension. I like her out of her hip, and I like that length of her muscle. To me, the closest is in second and third. And to me, just the flexibility to the hind leg and the way she reaches and grabs and takes a longer, more fluid stride, I like in this heifer. I'd like to pick your pins up in this female and maybe give her the center of the body dimension I see in this heifer that comes out in third. The heifer in third, I really like the balance that she possesses. She's got some muscle shape, and she's got a really good balanced middle in terms of her spring to her forerib, the curvature and depth to her last rib, and she's a heavier bred female, which I like that about her. She gets a little more restricted when you watch her move off her hind end, but maybe that is due to the fact that she, you know, as they get a little bit further along in calf, they start to kind of, you know, it just happens that way. But to me, a lot of more fluidness in your skeleton, and that's why you're second today. Really nice female that comes out in fourth, one that she gets a little bit higher in her top sometimes when she relaxes. She kind of flexes down more when she moves, but she's a good-footed, nice female. I like the female next. She gets a little bit wicker behind her shoulder, a little bit lower in her pin placement. And 2 very easy fleshing females that bring up the class, just not quite as long fronted and as feminine as some of the other cattle that placed ahead of them. But good class of females, and I believe, if I'm correct, that first and second will be champion and reserve in this division. So congratulations to everyone in this class and our division winners.
Results from our Class 23 miniature Herefords. First place, who will also be our champion spring intermediate heifer, Jace Cunningham with JLC My Lady Clementine. In second place, who will also be the reserve champion spring intermediate heifer, is Tori Smakel with AA Ruthie. Third place, Bristol Smitley with KR Miss Brazil. Fourth place, Cameron Brown with S&K Briley. Fifth place, Bristol Smitley with HCC Daisy of a Day. And sixth place, Connor Weaver with MLT Trapped in Time Sierra. And seventh place, Madeline Clock with Dancing in the Moonlight. We will now be bringing in our division champion and reserve champions for the selection of the grand champion heifer and reserve champion heifer.
We got our three winners out here. Again, those young ladies over there, I talked to them. They know what I'd like to change, and they did a good job, though. So don't feel bad. Just come back and try again next time. This three we got out here in the junior division. There's always that kid that is seems like they're ready for the next level. I think this young lady, she's definitely in that stage right now. Her heifer's kind of not agreeing with her right now, but she just did a phenomenal job. She presented the heifer extremely well and was calm and cool. And even when the heifer, again, right now is not acting at her best, you could see her correct it immediately and come out of it. The young lady in second, she did a fantastic job as well. Again, her heifer maybe wasn't set up quite as nice, but I thought she did just a little bit better keeping eye contact and watching me where I was at. And the young man in third, a phenomenal job as well. Congratulations to all three of them.
And ladies and gentlemen, your junior in your ORB division, Jalen Pearson taking the first place honors. And now, Madison Soto taking the reserve junior honors. And this will be the final class of championship. Our junior ORB. Bring them on in. Attention in the barn, Beefmaster exhibitors, we're coming to the conclusion of your dairy show, final class of showmanship, and our superintendent of the Beefmaster show predicts a 1 o'clock start, so we'll be making first class calls at about 10 minutes till 1, so be listening up.
First call, miniature Herefords, class 34. That's the first class of bulls. First call, class 34, mini Herefords.
Who's funny? See? There he is. I might lead off of him. He starts getting funny, I might try to get funny. Oh, Lord. That made that groomer feel pretty good. One more good one doesn't hurt anything out here, so they're all good. And I'm going to tell you what. Y'all might not have agreed on how I place the cattle, but I have agreed on that y'all bought some really good mini Herefords. And y'all might not know this, but I judged the mini Herefords at Houston maybe 10 years ago. And man, there was like a gazillion of them, like 350. And I can remember judging that show for the first time. They walked in, I said, what the heck is this? They look so little. About an hour into the show, they looked normal in terms of their size. But what I took away from that show was this. The quality, and since then, I've judged them at Houston twice, is that the quality of the cattle are just as good as the full-size Herefords in terms of how they're put together. So y'all be proud of that. I got to say something that might make you a little mad, but not, you'll get over it pretty quick. It was the first time I was judging the Herefords at Houston, the minis. Dr. Falis, where's Harvey at? He knows Chester Falis. Harvey, listen to me. I'm telling the story. Harvey. Oh, he's telling the story now? Well, Dr. Falis, who was one of our superintendents here for years, I went up to Dr. Falis, he's doing the books, and I said, Chester, what the hell good are these damn things, these little Herefords? And he goes, Doug, he said, now hold on, Pierce. And he was my first boss, so when he said hold on, I was studied attention. And I was about 50 years old then. You know, I'm getting schooled again. He said, think about it. If somebody wants to buy a side of beef, they can fit it in the freezer without having to buy a whole new deal. If you've got ag exempt laws and they say how many you got to have, there's utility to every breed of livestock. I always tell those kids in class, do not be a cattle racist. There's good in all breeds. And one of the main things, look at all these young kids out here we're training and getting them to love animals and getting them to like livestock. That's the main thing, too. And so I believe in your breeds, what I'm trying to say. And I've believed in the cattle that have come out here. And I'm not going to talk every one of them again because I'll get long-winded. You think I'm long-winded and wait till Dean Fox gets on the microphone over there in the Beefmaster show, then we're really going to have a big schooling. But anyhow, Great set of cattle, great set of kids. And you want to follow me and I'll show you the one I like best today? Young lady, congratulations. You're a champion.
Congratulations to our grand champion, female. It goes to Charlie Drabro with Cactus MS Clara 102M out of our Spring Junior Heifer Calf Division. And reserve champion goes to Jace Cunningham out of our Spring Intermediate Heifer Division with JLC My Lady Clementine. Congratulations to all of our mini Hereford female exhibitors.
Well, this is the last class of the day, and it's a heck of a good one to finish out on. 3 really good kids out here in this showmanship class, and I finally just picked out one little nitpicking thing to switch them. The young lady, I thought her heifer stood a little straighter in the line. I moved out a little straighter. The young lady in second, the heifer wanted to sidestep just a little, and that edge made the difference in these two, and they're both phenomenal. In fact, all 3 are phenomenal. The young man with the brown Swiss, cow just didn't want to pull her back legs up the one time in line, and it just kind of doomed him. As good as these 3 are, you just got to find tiny little things, and they are outstanding. Congratulations. Again, it was a real privilege to be here. Really enjoyed it. The quality was outstanding, and thanks again.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.